Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. I'm newtmechanist, and today we are going to be working on our code for the level maintenance system in our game. And I see we are already joined by Key over on the Twitch side. Heads up, Key ad incoming in a little over 30 seconds, most likely. Such is Twitch. But should be a good time. As you might notice, I threw some little toys out there in the play area, and they were running rampant on those. I can still hear them ringing. So they're going to chase those around a little bit. After some amount of time, they're going to bat those either fully under the table or somehow drag them under the bed. It's just kind of what they do. Yeah, should be a good time today. So let me get this going over here. So, switch that here. Ember has hopped onto my shoulder. Did some basic maintenance. Switched some things over to interfaces that were like parent classes that did nothing. The interfaces will be just as suitable. And I can always make an intervening parent class if I need to, but most of them don't need that. So the thing that we stopped on last time was how to handle the transition through a door into another room. And I think I've got the flow for that. Let me pull up my ever so fancy MS Paint here. Though frankly, MS Paint would be better. The quote-unquote paint that they have now is definitely inferior. Okay, so once more, we have room A, and we have room B. Oh, no, we'll keep that like that. Then we're going to say there's an arbitrary door here and an arbitrary door here. Each of these is paired with an exit point where you appear if you exit that door. Doesn't matter, they're paired together. So let's wrap them in something. How about this nice purple color? That won't do at all. There we go. So they are paired entities. They're what we're calling they are joined in something we're going to call a passageway. Use this nice orange color. And what it will have is references to the room. It will have references to the doors. In some fashion. Effectively, what it's got is room A, door 1, or room 1, door 1, and room 2, door 1. Could be door 10, it doesn't matter. Each door is going to have an exit location that's part of it. So the door knows where you go. Hypothetically. It could be that the exit point is tied into the passage, but we want to be careful about that. I like the idea better that the doorway says this is where you are. If I exit this, put you here. This is just one type of passage, but it's the basic type of passage. So the flow is going to go in this fashion. When I trigger this one, I've entered a passage. And we will have, let's do another thing here. This also has an identifier back to its passage. So first we say I am entering a passage. Then I am exiting a room. Let's actually change this. It's my mask. Okay, so we enter a passage. Then we exit a room. I'm right-clicking just to deal with its shenanigans here. The controls for this are not great. Okay. So we're going to say this one is to this. This one is to this. This one is to this. And then this one is to this. All right. So I hit this passage. I hit this door. This door says I go through this passage. There is a link there. Some identifier to get me here. The entry point, the yellow circle for this door, doesn't matter here. It matters that I touched the red. Just a moment here. Okay, it seems like we're getting some excess noise here. Let me see if I can fix this. My audio filtering has been going haywire now and again. One moment. Test here. Okay, let's see if that sticks. Nope. Yeah. Oh, that's annoying. Anyhow. No, it's still there. It's still there. Technical difficulties, folks. Why it do this to me? Why it do this to me? The scuff is real. Maybe. Nope. Nope. It's kind of there, but it starts to fail. Oh, excuse me. Why does it keep doing this? It's like it doesn't properly route through. All right, let's try another thing here. Maybe. Nope. It's not filtering properly. Not filtering properly. And I don't know why. If I had to guess, it's the Microsoft thing messing with it again. Microsoft recently introduced a built-in audio filtering tool that is seemingly messing with stuff. And it is unclear as to why. This will frustrate me to no end at all if I can't fix this. Oh. What the? Why are you doing this to me? That's stupid. That's real stupid. Oh. Okay. So, apparently trying to do echo removal at the same time makes neither of them work. Isn't that cool? Okay, though. The scuff is resolved forever and ever and will never happen again. I should have been checking that before I started, but here we are. All right, so again, this mess. We enter the passage. By touching this door, we enter the passage. As part of that passage, we're saying, exit this room. The passage controls what happens when you touch the door. I'm sorry. The door activates the passage. The passage controls what happens next. This passage says, exit this room. There will probably be some sort of fade to black that happens. Level manager is probably going to be an entity that we create that pokes the level, the corresponding object and says, disable. That's going to cause stuff to happen. The likely chain of events is the thing managing the level tells the room to deactivate. The room, in deactivating, tells all of its entities to deactivate. Some entities will pop at that point. Like bullets would go away when deactivated. There's no reason for them to continue to exist if they're not doing anything. Whereas entities, for now, we're going to, enemies and the player stick around even if they're disabled or deactivated. Then we activate the next room. That will cause the room to pop into existence, and if it hasn't already loaded, it's going to load its entities. Then we exit the passage. The passage looks for which door in which room. And that's most likely just going to be calling out passage exited. And that passage activates, just like passage entered is going to call out, and any passages that exist will react to that and start doing stuff. This creates a fully decoupled kind of atmosphere, but we do want to be careful of having too many things that might react to a message. I had a thought on that where things like deactivated entities decouple themselves. We have... What is that terrible line that's being used way too frequently right now? We have the shape of a plan. We have a plan to have a meeting to make a plan. So this tangle that you see is the plan. Concepts of a plan. There we go. Like I was saying, you touch a doorway. You touch the red here. It calls out that a passage is entered. And which one? The corresponding passage says, hey, that's me. We might have a stronger tether between them. But for the time being, it calls out the passage, takes control. So that's our passage entered. The doorway passage that we're dealing with here is going to say, okay, room exited. And which room that you're in, it's going to say the from room is exited. That tells this room, okay, deactivate. Through some chain of events, this room gets deactivated, which is all of its entities get told to deactivate. Hey there, Ryzen. Welcome. Das Ryzen, you are coming in after the sound scuff. I have discovered new flaws in NVIDIA broadcast such that I might need to look into alternatives, but I don't want to because it's normally very effective. But apparently there are conflicts in its settings. Okay, so once we have deactivated the room, the next thing the passage is going to do is say, what's the next room? And it's going to activate that room. It's going to say, this room is entered. NVIDIA has a tool called NVIDIA Broadcast. And that has, like, the filtering layers on it. And it's pretty much just that software that's messing with it. Could I try the Microsoft one as a first layer? Yes. Do I trust them not to be using, like, Copilot in the background and, like, recording my voice and sending it to their servers? No, I don't. In fact, I actively think they would do that kind of nonsense. Let alone that it wouldn't work well because they have replaced like 30% of their code with AI generated stuff. That acronym does not leap to the forefront for me there, Ryzen. Can you translate that? So then once we've activated the room, we're going to say exit a passage. And that's going to have a room kind of door combo. Oh, I don't know if there's an open source option for that. I know OBS has something that will filter it on the broadcasting side, but I also like to use it for things like Discord. So that people don't get like blasted with a fan or something when I start talking. But yeah, so this is the Tangle. Yeah, I especially liked recently the Microsoft CEO got out there talking about, their direction for, I don't know if there's a corresponding Intel one, Ryzen. I might have to start rooting around because this is just kind of the pre-layer. So if I can find something that's not awful, I might switch to it because broadcast is proving to be a little bit flaky. One moment here. Okay. But yeah, it's suddenly dropped in reliability, and that means I might need to find something else. Okay, but to continue here, I mean, given that NVIDIA is dumping so much resource into AI data centers and manufacturing of chips for AI, their focus has definitely shifted, and I fully expect we're going to see the same quality drop that we're getting out of all of the other companies doing that. They're trying to pivot to be the one at the forefront when this all totally works. And so far, we don't have good signs of totally work. We have signs of the opposite brewing. So let's see. We need exit room and enter room messages and corresponding emitters. I reorganized some of the folders here to move the emitters in with their corresponding messages and related interfaces. We can move passage under level for now. That's a good stacking. So we'll make a room folder here. Room entered, message. I'm sure there's a default somewhere I can set up to say don't use folder structure. I get why somebody would do that, but I'm not really making a library here at the moment. If I decide to kind of parlay this into a second game, I might go in there with a hatchet and start like altering the namespaces so that it is layered. But most of this stuff is kind of all or nothing. It extends game message. It is an iGame message, something that I changed. So, room exited message. Just say public, which isn't in that nest. Is iGame message. Hello, Ember. Yes, hello. I acknowledge you again. And both of these have a string. Dodging cat here. That's how I did the passage entered, right? That is which door? Yeah, this is a source door and a source room. So, again, what'll happen is you touch a door and it emits a passage entered, which will say, I am in this room and I am this door. So again, like room 1, door 2 kind of thing. The passage will have that information available. So let's go to our actual level structure. We have a door passage. So it has pairs of room and door to target room and door. So what each one of these is going to do when it gets a... We have this set up entirely so we can copy it through the catalog, but when it gets a passage entered, it's going to say, does it contain the key? If it does, it will take action on it. So we're going to emit the room exited message, the room entered message, and then we're going to have passage exited, which will emit with the next pair. So whatever this pair points to, it will emit the target. So this target here. Remember some backstrokes here. I'm trying to set up a screen in the play area that I can put one of those, 24-hour looping video that is just like, squirrels kind of thing. Sherbet is walking over to look at it because it's a new thing in the room. It's not set up yet. But that'll be another thing for them to play with. It's good to play with the cats. It's also good to make sure that they have options that don't require you, so that if they want to just play, they can just play. Okay, so we're going to have... We need to make those emitters now. Emits. Room exited. Come on now. And let's just make sure I've got my pattern here, event handler. Let's take that. Exited. that, and then emits entered. Ow, ow, ow. Pointy plus, pointy plus. Quit that. Occasionally, she will adjust her position, which will involve sinking a claw into my collarbone, which is not comfy. Grab this same thing here. There we go. It's a entered emitter. Without that space there. Message. And emits room exited. Implement the interface. Room exited. If it exists, invoke it with sender and message. There we go. Then we go into services. Scoped, emits, exited, room exited emitter. All right. Then when we are in our door passage here, let's see if we can spot this happening. No, this guy backed off. There was a brief scuffle in the play area. Hey, Lunar. Arcade center that has machines in it that unlocks with meta progression, with each one having a progressively more massive game than the base game yet. Not yet, Lunar. I did like that about Inscription, though. How as you went along, you unlocked different and often more complicated games. Emits, passage exited, emits, passage exited. Okay, so we have our battery of emitters here. So then we're going to first emit this. This and exit message, which we should have constructors on those. What framework engine are you using for the GUI? So I am using Godot. I think we're at 4.5 at the moment. I am for the actual like the core framework of the game, and in particular the menu and whatnot. But most of the infrastructure is built up in C#. A vast majority of the code is on the C# side. Another way to put it is I'm minimizing the amount of stuff that exists on the Godot side. Bit by bit, I'm ripping it out until only the core will exist. Disable room exited message, and it has to have a string room, and room is equal to room, and that is only a getter then. Then our room entered message will have the same thing. Entered message has a room to it. And room is equal to room. Okay. Back over to passage. Source dot should be key. Source X. Okay. Okay, these can't be vector 2i's then. These are tuples. Did I keep it that way? No. They are integers. They are integers. Back we go. We explicitly called them out as integers. That changes all this stuff. Room entered message has an int for room, and that is an int for room. Exited message is an int for room. It's an int for room. The doors can have a descriptive name for their passage, but room and door is just a series, a number. For now, I think. Room entities as a room ID. Okay, good. We're getting there. X. So the room already, the passage emitted passage in, the door emitted passage entered with its corresponding message. So here. So then we're saying room exited. Then we're going to say emits room entered. New room entered message. It's the source door doesn't really do anything right now, but that doesn't mean it can't. We're dealing with door passage right now, but it is distinctly possible that we have a complicated passage that cares about which door you came in through. Again, our Lost Woods scenario. Message, exited message, which should also have both of our passage, all of our passage messages should have constructors. This will break some things, but that's okay. This could just be a vector 2i that they have. This should be source room. This is very discreet, though. I kind of like it. It's only a vector 2i so that we can have a clean dictionary that we're interacting with. It's okay that the message has both of these. And these can just be getters. Then our passage exited is the same way. Okay, and in passage, that's going to be upset about one of these. I have seen little news snippets and whatnot that the development shop behind Hightail kind of reclaimed it and is working on it again, which is nice. Okay, so what should happen is that this will, in general, deactivate the room. It will activate the next room. We can put these in whatever order we want. And then we will invoke we will call out such that the next active door, the next door that cares, will be looking for passage exited. We can clean up a lot of this infrastructure by having things attach and detach based on other messages that they get. So like a door could be looking for room exited for its room. And if the room is exited, it detaches from passage entered and room exited. It now only cares about room entered for its rooms. But that gets more complex than we want to touch right now. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Okay. So the next thing is to set up the door entity that is, well, first we would have a type that is a what would it be? We can call it a door entity. Do I have any other special types of entities so that I can carry forward with the naming? We have player entity that extends entity. There's a whole lot here that I think is still relevant. Let's see. Gojo, have I played Metal Gear Solid 3? Yes, I did. Back in the day when it was originally released. Pretty good. Pretty good. Am I using player trigger anywhere? I've gutted out most of the trigger code because we never followed through with that pattern, and we don't really need to. How do we want to do this? We could explicitly call them doors, but that's not really what they are. And some of the spawners don't actually collide with the player. They just start working. So not everything is going to be one of these types of entities. I think player trigger is enough of a naming convention here. Is our from string. Should be a get mask. Yeah. We get the collision mask. It is going to translate the category into corresponding collision zones. So player triggers collide with the player. The player trigger will get a collision message when the player touches it. Okay, so doors are player triggers. So they're not a special kind of entity. Even the player entity is eventually going to become a non-special entity. And that a player manager or a game state manager will take over a lot of this footwork. Vestigial stuff, you know. Okay, so it's an entity with a type, which means we need a behavior that says when I collide with something, if it's the player, we may still need to have some way of saying it's the player. But because it only collides with the player, we should be okay. Once again, let's see if we can spot this. I'm interested because the one who is normally the bully is getting the short end of the stick here. Yeah, every time I switch the camera, they move away. So you could see Sky, as he was walking, was watching Sherbet there. Sherbet is beating him up. And I'm not intervening because Sky kind of deserves it. Because he is normally a bully. That kind of flow, Lunar, where you go from room to room. For our initial test, it's going to be kind of linear kind of stuff. But we're setting it up such that we could have your Gungeon Binding of Isaac kind of room flow, where you could go back and forth, that kind of thing. For the time being, we're essentially taking your classic kind of roguelike tree navigation structure, you know, which room are you going to next, and just baking it into a Metal Slug kind of Double Dragon sort of map flow. You know, you periodically have multiple doors or pathways that you might choose to take. In this case, once you do, the plan is to just say, yeah, you can't go back. Mechanically, there's nothing that stops you. But all of the doors will be one way. Because we can set up behaviors. How will we do this? Because what we would want is behaviors that point to particular passages, but we don't want to have to actually specify those as actual behavior instances. We could set it up so that this is a special type of entity that has these intrinsically. But right now, entities don't themselves react to this kind of thing. So this type of entity needs to be able to carry information about the passage that it needs to connect to, which room it's in, and which door it is. Again, we could try to put that in behaviors, because most of the stuff about a level is going to be in a full JSON. There's just too much going on in a level for us to gracefully split it apart without it being kind of a mess. So we could define these as parts of behaviors. And I feel like that could work really well. It does mean we need to do things like get current room. Or to have a clean way of having a door know which room it's in. How can we cleanly do this? Because I need to be careful about the entity creation flows. Like, I don't want too much tight coupling between the objects, such that one might break down. But if we make the assertion that there is only one active room, and we have a provider that can get that information, like ideally a door would be able to say, I am explicitly part of this room. But for the time being, we might just kind of bite the bullet here and say that the door has that information. The door has a data pair that is room and door number. It's kind of messy because you would need to make sure that they're paired. Though, because we are shifting to making it so that entities are bound to a room, like, aside from the player, most entities have an actual room ID. So if when I'm creating an entity, we can say this is the room you are part of, then that will save us that trouble. But then how do we get that information? The current thought, the path that we were going down, was that whatever the current room is, whatever active room is present, that is the relevant room. And that we could have a provider for that information. So effectively, the level manager. The level manager is there to just extract information from the level. And then operate from there. So it's getting that information and saying like, okay, here are all the pieces I'm going to load up. Because right now it does largely nothing. Or at least the level is just a wrapper. Okay. And I think we had that loaded up properly. You here and data or level test. We have level entities here. Okay, that's right. We moved it to room. We would need to get this loaded in to say what the rooms are. We have a list of rooms. We have a list of passages that we're going to instantiate. Passages are catalogables. Rooms are catalogables, which means they will have their whole... Rooms need to be catalogable or have a clean pathway here. World maps are catalogable, so the JSON will be able to parse it right. That's just an integer. That's the definition for what a room entity is, because it's only relevant here. So the responsibility of the level is to house the list of rooms and passages. When a room entity is created, it needs to be able to get all of its relevant information. The room won't do anything until it activates. It's not supposed to do anything until it activates. Let's clarify there. And this is where that's being created there, is any entity that is created while a room is active is considered that room's entity. So that is an opportunity for us to put that marker in there in the entity somewhere. So amidst all of this, we could have a room ID that when the entity gets created, that it will look for that information. Or that information would be set to it. Yeah, I feel like that should be set from the outside. That if there's an active room, it will set it. Otherwise, it treats it as 0. Okay, So then we need a kind of a level manager. Yeah, we're doing a roguelike formula here, so a level amounts to an entire run. You pick which level. I'm doing the forest level, and that encompasses everything. So this is part of the world state. This is effectively the world state, which will consume that, which is good. You will reorganize these again, inevitably. And folks, if you don't want to chat, that's fine. Lurking is 100% acceptable. If you don't understand code or Godot or anything like that, that's fine. This is a community learning event here. I've never made a game before. This is my first big project in these infrastructures and languages. So, while I do have programming experience outside of this, a lot of the folks that have been watching have as much exposure to Godot as I do. But if you have questions or just want to chat about something, that's also fine. Wait it. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Ember's being all squirmy. It's getting ear and chin scratches right now. And Ember is the reason that the part that she's laying on is canvas. She is the reason that that canvas is there, because she really likes that texture. Sherbet prefers the little pseudo-Persian rug there. Different textures. It's a big thing for cats, is different surfaces and whatnot. Let me zoom out here. So Sammy is laying on a heating pad. So that's a lightly textured, slightly warm surface. Sky is going to lay down on a big pillow. That's a squishmallow, but it's a very soft surface with a very kind of smooth fluff to it. Sherbet's laying on the kind of, don't know what you call, but it's the cover blanket of the bed, which is, it's a very dense surface, and it's not like really soft, or at least it's a little coarser. And so you don't sink into it. It's not as warm. Mason is curled up on like a microfiber fleece kind of blanket. Ember's got some zoomies going on there. Look at her tail go. Ember wags her tail when she's excited. Sherbet can see her running around right now, and he is interested. Okay, so the level manager, one of the things it's going to do is, well, exist at this point. I'm trying to think what it has to have. The one thing that I can think of is that it'll have a set level. Okay. Be a level. So you have to be able to set the level. What else? Is there something that it needs to emit? This would be a way to get current room. Not a void, that is an int. Is there an event I want this to be able to emit? Because this is going to be the thing that controls some of this information. It would be listening to room entered messages and room exit messages, which would create periods where there would not be an active room if we don't do it right. We could actually just listen to room entered, and that creates a current room. Separate loading and switching to a level. On level change could be an event. Yep, that would remove set level. It would also create an opportunity for us to have end level events. So we could have like a level start event and a level end event. Oh, I kind of like that. And that does remove also, hello, is it Dexanius or Desanius? X is a tricky one. Welcome, nonetheless. Welcome. That is an interesting idea. Dax. Okay, that works. Nice and easy. How do we want to structure that? We don't need a get for this. As long as we have this thing, then when the interface is implemented, we just need a way to get the room ID. We don't want to have things listening for the exact moment that the room changes. They can just get that ID. And then when an entity is created... Hey there, not William. Welcome. Okay. So we have a current ID. This could be an emitter for level end. But right now I've just got the relays. Level is effectively a game session. So, like, let's say in Vampire Survivors terms, if you're familiar with it, you select your character, you select which level you're going to play, and you start. When you press start, you're firing up a level in terms of this game. Levels have multiple rooms in them, but the entire session, start to end, is within a level. There's effectively one scene in this game in Godot terms. Is this still working? Let me double check. If I recall, no enemies will spawn currently, but... Okay, yeah. We don't have the rooms, the whole level wired up at this point. But for our purposes, right now, since there's no selection process between here and gameplay, a level has begun. As soon as you can see the player, the single level is in existence. And then once this would be done, the level is over. Pocket, this is our kind of Survivors game. There's a lot of, like, different things we're drawing from for this. The core thing we want to have in our experience is the sort of mayhem that you got out of Noida. This projectile fires 3 times a second, and each one of those splits into 4 times. Then after 3 seconds, it will start zigzagging and spiraling. We're using the Godot engine and C# as the primary language. I'm going to assume that you're talking about Metal Gear 3, Gojo. I mean, the visuals have improved. Cool. If I had to pick between the old visuals and the new ones, I'd pick the new ones. It's, to my understanding, I haven't heard of anything bad that they did in the kind of remaster there. So, cool. But yeah, this is the kind of craziness that we can create. A lot of effort up until this point has gone into performance optimization to let us do what you're seeing here. Roughly, there are about 2,430 mice on the screen right now. And we're operating at about 37 frames a second. If we take out this delay here, we are now going to have it split into 3. So 3 times a second, each projectile splits into 3, 5 times. So we're getting 3 to the 6th projectiles per second. And then they will move in a relatively complicated way. We don't have that delay anymore, so they almost immediately turn into this vortex. Now you'll see that it's slowing down. We have some logic in place to make it so that the world simulation always happens at the same tick rate. It will be slower the more strained the game is, but you never get the kind of simulation hiccups of something leaping too far forward. But yeah, we're at 7,291 mice on screen, and we're at 10 frames a second. Do I ever expect that the player will get this? Ideally, no. But if they do, I want the game to function. And while the player is moving slower, because the system is very strained by maintaining this, the actual world simulation stays functional. You can see the complexity of the movement happening here, because we're getting this sort of like... 1 minute, I need to see which buttons Molly pressed on her way over to me. Molly has decided that there's some basic physics. They have little oval hitboxes to them. They're not the end state hitboxes for them. They're a little off. But there's Godot level physics. We are generating the physics objects directly into the Godot physics server. So we're not using the scene-based objects. Luckily, Molly doesn't seem to have pressed any of the buttons. She is very prone to either muting Discord or setting the volume so low I can't hear it. Otherwise, she will spin dials. But behaviors. So in the background of this, everything is handled through behaviors. So the way the player can move around with my key presses, there is a behavior called player movement that is just doing the basic keyboard input checking. Whenever there is a world simulation heartbeat tick, all of the behaviors react to that. Well, sorry. The entities react to a world time passed and very similar things, and they send that message down their behavior chain. This is a behavior chain. So any intrinsic behaviors of the entity are here. Those happen first in order. Then we proceed from left to right down this chain, and each of these has an opportunity to do something. These here at the beginning are one-shot behaviors. So this fire in 3, it will do this 3 times, and then it stops doing anything. Doesn't care about any subsequent events. Same with these. As soon as this event fires, it creates two additional entities at 45-degree angles off of the first one. They share the exact same behavior chain of the source entity as of that moment. So when this one fires, these 2 events are already consumed for that entity. And so on and so on. So we get through these one-shots, then we hit here, and what this is it's kind of a hard metronome. Is every so often it says, okay, you're moving at a 45 degree to the left. And then when it ticks over, it's a 45 degree to the right. This is the same thing, but a smoother pattern. It's kind of an S-curve. And then we go into the spiral, which is, at the moment, it's like a really strong rubber band at a particular length around the player. Which is why you have this tight circle. This is pulling against it. So first we do this movement, where it's trying to say, okay, off of your current path, go here, we'll make it harder there, is off of your current path, which is a random path, deviate. This circle one says, pull in towards this circle shape around the player. It either lets them flow out a little more, it like pulls them out towards the circle, or in towards the circle. The order does matter. The strength of this one makes it matter less. but it does change things if they're in different orders. Because each of these two are movement directives. There's another movement directive in here. Each movement directive gets its own slice of the speed of the entity. So its homing motion, which is currently just move in a random direction, because there's nothing to home on, that gets 1/3. So 1/3 of the motion is in a straight line in a random direction. 1/3 of the motion is this. There's a lot going on in this motion. It technically makes it move more than 1/3 of the speed, but the slice that it derives that from is 1/3. And then this one gets 1/3 of the motion, which is whatever direction it is going by the time it reaches this, tilted left or right. So the order and the number of movements that you add matters. Like, we can make it weirder. Both of these are spiral out. The way they work right now is it creates kind of a loop-de-loop. So there are going to be fewer of them, but now their motion is really wonky. Here, let's reduce the number of them so you can actually see it. This is my traditional stall for time as I think of stuff. So you see they're doing these weird little twisty motions, and we're still getting a relative orbit around the player, and their motion is... You're not getting a smooth circle. So we can change the sequence of these and get there. Yeah, Dax. One of the names that this genre has gotten, it's kind of fuzzy. Sometimes they're called Survivors games, because Vampire Survivors made this genre super popular. Another one's Bullet Heaven, where it is you are the bullet hell, is how that's often described. So you emit projectiles like crazy. With normally, enemies would be swarming in on you in some fashion. And as you proceed in the game, the enemy waves get stronger and stronger, and you want to try to get your weaponry improved enough that you stop them. Exactly, Lunar. This type of game has been a thing. Vampire Survivors just kind of gave it a kick in the pants into the spotlight. There was a period where that kind of game was the thing to make. There are piles of them on Steam, and they still get made. We are blending that with Noida and with a bit of other things. The Noida element is the fact that I can modify the behaviors in this left to right format. So again, this is 3 times a second. There's a little shenanigans that go on with how it makes that burst happen. Because I can make that burst happen later. So 1, 2, 3, go. Similarly, we can do that. I'm just reusing the mouse icon. That is a wait gate. What that is doing is saying, okay, my event is proceeding from left to right here. I have a new world tick. It hits this one and says, okay, I'll do this thing. But we hit this next one, and this one says, until 3 seconds have passed, the messages get blocked. So nothing gets past here. Which creates that delay until they split. And that further creates those differences in the behavior. These are very low-level behaviors that we're setting. Most of the power-ups would be composites of these things. We want to make it so every power-up is good, but that it's how you arrange the combinations of them that matter. Do you get some world-ending super weapon, or did you make it so your weapon is terrible now? That's the decision that you're making. We do want the player to be able to achieve what I call the calamity case, where the game was going at like 10 frames a second, and it's almost impossible for you to lose. I want the game to continue to run in that state, such that, yeah, you got lucky and you made the right choices with that luck. You get to win. You get to win hard. We want that. We want that to be a possibility. Because back when we streamed a lot of Noida, that's what we wanted to do. We wanted to be able to end the world in one trigger pull. But yeah, that's what we're making. And we are slowly getting there. These are, I have a lot of base level manager, base entity manager. I don't have anything that would be an alternative to them, but I have used this kind of pattern frequently in this. The map rendering has been done a lot of different times. Collision handling has been done a lot of different ways. And this lets me socket them in as I can. And actually implement it, which it does practically nothing, but okay. And then we'll go into our services. Hey there, Yopi. Welcome, welcome. How long have we been at it already? Ooh, nice. All right, we have level manager now. We could make the level manager be the emission source for these, but we're going to go with the same pattern here. Did I just click? Okay, good. I just scrolled it. Okay, real quick, going to take a break. We're already past our normal break point. So real quickly, be right back. And we're back. Useful to get up and move around now and again. Don't need things to break down further, you know? All right, so we have our level manager. I am planning on writing some code to actually do some more of the integrations for handling the stream. So having like a point system that isn't restricted to Twitch. I had that a while back. In the aforementioned days of Noida, I had actually created a mod that plugged into a couple of different things to allow me to extract YouTube chat as well, and combine that with like point values and whatnot that weren't part of platform specific stuff. I've mentioned it before, but Twitch integration in games is stupid easy. As far as like point redeems and whatnot. YouTube integration, the opposite. All right. So in our base level manager, we are going to have events. Patch events. And one of these is going to be entity manager. Let's see, services, stop, resolve. Here. Let's do this first because it will auto create the function for me. Is entity manager anymore? Okay, that's better. Good. And further decoupling the structures. Exactly, Key. The default integration for Noida is okay. It is very much a chaos thing, which isn't end of the world, but it is restricted down to a lot of them are oriented towards there are swarms of people watching and you want to create mayhem. In my integration, it was effectively you are given a limited resource per run, and you can choose to use it in different ways. Now, Did a good majority of my audience choose violence? Yes. But not always. A not infrequent participant in the channel is somebody named Maybe. And they, I think, almost universally chose violence. Hey there, James. Parakeet was also frequently around in that period. Indeed. There are a lot of things in this game that are references to stuff that grew out of the Noida mod. There's a lot of character lore that developed in that period. E dot. We do this. Okay. Might have to do an update. But that's a commitment for another time. Do. I had a room entered message. Public. Base level manager. Okay. So then if we have a level loaded and a level ended event. Level loaded we're going to use level set for that term. Game message, it's game message. Okay, good. Could do a catalog copy there, but I'm not gonna. Interface. Just nab it from somewhere else. Don't need that. Have a level set emitter. This, if it exists, invoke it with sender and message. Okie doke. The whole purpose of this is so that the game can call out to the level set emitter, to whatever emits level set is, and say, this is the level that you should use. We're still in a weird spot for that, because if we go that route, then the level manager I might just make that the level manager. Because it needs to exist is the trick. No, that's okay. It exists. It'll exist. Okay. Okay. So we're going to do our services. Scope emits level set. Like I could go through and have it say like, okay, this one is added to scoped. Okay, what is this one? It's this one resolved, you know? So I could create the same object repeatedly if needed. But for now, we're not going to do that. Then in our game object, which I totally put in a place that I remember. There we go. So we have a series of things that need to continue to exist. So now it exists, so then when I'm doing this thing here, we can trigger that behavior by this new level set message, which will contain that. Hard-coded, that will not be how it go, but this does make it easier for us to set up the menus where you eventually set the level. Because the game, when it started, should go through the which player, which level kind of workflow. And at each of those steps, we can be emitting this message, and the corresponding services will catch it and do their thing. Which will also let us have a level start, level end kind of flow. Level set plus equals, it's level set. This is an on. I joke with folks, but you can, one of the things that you can often tell from a programming perspective for folks is there is some danger with this one by order of operations. We'll just need to be careful. Is looking at the conventions that they use in their code, and sometimes you can use that to tell when and in what language they learned to code. Like, this is partially the sort of C++ convention that I learned to code in. Generally, you would have something like, wouldn't even be public, but it would be more like integer, low. You would often have for a property, you would just have like level, but I could also have integer global level. but it wouldn't just be level, it would be I level, because then I know that it's an integer. So I level. And because of the G underscore, this is a global entity, or a global one. I would put this outside of a class. Hovering above my main, perhaps. And then within a function, you might do local underscore integer level. That kind of nonsense. We don't need the I anymore because we're using strongly typed languages. Paired with IDEs that respect that. So it's harder to mess that up. If you're going loosely typed, but you intend it to be particular values, it might be to your benefit to do that still. I would not. I don't like playing with vars and objects unless I need to, or there's a reason to. This is just a convention that for debugging purposes, I have this thing that I could use to try to backtrace where the message came from. But the underscore is a remnant of that. This is a private variable. Don't touch this. I've already made it protected or private, but this internal to my writing tells me I should not be exposing this publicly. Like, don't change it to do that. You shouldn't be messing with this. Which is why there is a property that hides it. This is read only, but within the code, I need to be able to mess with it. So then when our level is set, we are going to have a this won't do a lot for keeping it around. This is this is a reference object. Hey there, Lore. I saw that you were working in GDScript, but I wasn't able to get it to talk through your whatever issue you were having. Did you resolve it? Just a moment. Hack cough. So when we set the level, we need a way to activate the very first room. All right, here's a good convention. There's a risk to this convention, but I declare that it shall be. We shouldn't be having this multiple times in a game run. Or I'm sorry, once this has happened and we have proceeded into the actual level, we shouldn't have this again. The level will, the run will end and the scoped services will go away. All right, so we have level set. We should also have level start and end. Not here, it's a message. Does it do anything currently? It has nothing in it. It just exists. Might it later? Yes. Message, and then we need... And once again, we'll nab this. Ah. We didn't. End message. Start emitter. Emits. Level start. Implement that interface. This will be level start exists. We invoke it with sender and message. Then, so I'm making these shell classes because I can go back later and like add debugging to them. I can consolidate them all into like a single message bus if I want, with consolidated debugging. But for now, there's kind of a... It's just a shell. It's just a pass-through. It gives me the flexibility of putting something in later if I have a use for that. I have the advantage that this is a personal product or project, and I want to feel satisfied with my result. and my schedule is my own. It is a lovely situation to be in, but I do have to, with relative frequency, I have to say this is good enough. I should continue. Again, I can have like 7,500 things on screen is, in my mind, like, worst case scenario, not good enough, but practically it's good enough, so I should let it be for now. Do I have ideas on how to make it better? Yes, but later. We must proceed. Okay, so then in my base level manager, but overall, Dax, I try to keep the stream with this sort of vibe. Have I played action-y games on stream? You bet. Noida was one of those. And I do periodically, but I also just like things that can be laid back. The music is part of that. Soft, somber, maybe a little sad. Hello, Ember. I like it. Type around a cat right now. We'll start plus equals its level start, and we say it's on. Ember was just satisfied with the pets she was getting. Yes, she's on my headrest right now. She will now leap over to the table, flop down, and demand ear scratches. The cat that wasn't visible at the beginning of the stream is in the lower right now. That's Molly. She is the youngest cat. But at this point, she's like third largest, in no small part because she kind of chunky. She isn't quite like... She is a little chubby. She's a bit overweight. But her body shape is a little more oval or egg. That's Sammy and my prior tuxedo, Rorschach, both have kind of a rectangular body shape. They have a lot of muscle. And Rorschach was big. Rorschach was about the size of Mason or Sky, but he was muscly. He had that sort of panther movement, you know? Lovable little guy, total sweetheart. But you could really tell when one of the other cats had upset him, because he would have none of that. Those. So when level start should happen, then we are going to I emits room entered, emits room entered. Services.resolve. I emits room entered. That emits room entered. Invoke. This comma new room entered message. One. Okay, when the level starts, enter room 1. Nothing here for now. The base level manager may not even care about on level end. That is probably going to relay out into the game. Okay, so we have a room entered on 1. Again, I'm going to run this and see if I blew something up. I did. Because I didn't set those services. There's a lot of footwork going on here. But that's okay. All right, so then we create our room objects, and all of them are automatically listening for room entered. All of them care about room entered. They only care about room exited if that room is now active, if it has been entered. Okay. So let's just ignore that repo. I make a lot of bad commits. That's okay because I'm the one that has to review the code. Looks good to me, stamp. The privileges and risk surface of solo development. Okay. So now the room objects need to be listening for room entered and exited. So we've got load entities. We have clear room. I don't know if we're ever going to use that. We may use it for now. Okay. Ooh, okay. So this is tricky. When the room comes into existence... Hey there, Hama. welcome. So the room will come into existence during the loading process. So we will have this ready to go. We will have this ready to go. These will be loaded from JSON. This will also be loaded from the JSON. So let's put you up here. I like to keep the derived and otherwise ones there. This is C#. Yes, we're using Visual Studio. It is connected to Godot engine as far as what we're using in the background here. But most of the footwork is actually happening entirely in C# world. We only touch Godot when we have to. So things like the visuals, the collision detection, anything like that, menus, that kind of stuff, we'll handle on the Godot side, but we avoid crossing the line because it's not super expensive, but there's a cost to cross the line. And everything we're doing on the C# side is generally more efficient to do over on this side. We let Godot do what it's good at. We let the C# code do what it's good at. Okay, we need an attach and detach event structure because we're going to be doing things like looking for entity added. So these are the entity events. Right, Hama, right. So like right now for physics, we're using physics server level interactions. We're not using the Godot node tree format. We did have that. I think we still have the code for it. Yeah, we still have the node-based collision service, but we're using the physics server-based at the moment. And I am tempted to circle back around to the terrifying giant shader model, but there's nuance to the way that we were doing that I didn't like. We do have some flexibility in the physics server model, but if we don't reach a point where I want to leverage that and I just want to keep the collision being largely circles, then the shader model is really efficient if I do it right. It's just that if I do it right part, that's a load-bearing part of that statement. Okay. This is not a property, so we don't have to JSON ignore it, but I'm going to anyway, just for completeness. Only public properties like this are seen by default by JSON serialization and deserialization. I have worked as a full-time software engineer, Dax. In a few different places. I've even been in management before. For my sins, I guess. This is a solo project, Hama. We are making a bullet heaven survivors style game. I don't. The logic that loads the enemies is currently in the process of being rewired. So you don't see the enemies, but you do see the player and the bullets. We have space. We have the concept of health. Even if I did have the enemies don't have the behavior attached to them that lets them hurt the player. They collide with the player and they seek to touch the player, but they don't have the "and now I shall hurt you" behavior. Which I mentioned the behavior chain before. That's part of it. Is behaviors all have an opportunity to react to collision. And one of the things that they can do with a collision is inflict harm. We go up or down here to entity, behavior, collision. So target health kind of thing. And then there are messages related to health here, which is they are health messages. We have add hearts, we have initialization, we have remove hearts, we have, I thought there was some damage ones there. I think that's actually a health message. Yeah. So who is causing the change and what is the change? So, plus or minus kind of thing. If you want to heal, you have your health change by a positive amount. I do have it wired up so you can have different types of hearts. Yeah, you have a lot of it does have a lot of the look of Java. You have a lot of late C++ style conventions, but very Java. I only have the one kind of, the heart that you see for the player, I only have one player style heart, but the idea of, so bullets have health. And the thing that makes a bullet pass through an enemy without going away, like piercing projectiles, is that bullet has a heart that says, I will ignore one hit. If that heart takes damage, it soaks all of the damage. In similar fashion, there is a heart called a bounce heart that will change the direction of the projectile and soak all of the damage of a hit. I am not a fan of Java, using the programming language. I don't really know why. But when I was learning coding, I learned in C++, and there was something about Java that didn't sit right. Like I said, I can't really articulate it. But C# had enough similarity to C++ that I kind of slid into it more easily. Again, I don't know why in particular. But it is what it is. I kind of like C#. Quick break, and I will be right back. And I return. Hey there, Rel. Oh, sorry. Oh, they found another one of the little jingle balls. Yeah, C, C++, I've said this is, it's not a good language to start learning in, like a programming language to begin your journey in, but I think it's a programming language that people should look at as far as the way code flows. Because there are aspects to how you interact with objects in like basic level C++ that teach you a lot about what's happening in the background because you have to do a lot of it yourself. Like memory allocation and arrays and the like. Those concepts, as far as what's the term for it? Like memory heap and that kind of thing. Those are actually really important in this kind of development. Is how fragmented are you letting the memory get? How often are you messing with it? Those get important very quickly, especially when you're dealing with this kind of situation where I've got a lot of things flying around. But a lot of these higher level languages obfuscate a lot of that to you, and it's really easy to not learn about that, to not encounter it outside of people saying, oh, just do this to solve the problem, without learning why. So while I tell people, hey, don't start with C++, there are lessons to learn from the level that you operate at in C++. It's in a similar way when people say like, hey, what's a good game development engine to learn in? Not a UE5. Like that, maybe you'll do your first full game in UE5, but don't. If you're not already familiar with programming and some game development concepts, that is the deep end. That's like not knowing how to swim and saying, take me out into the middle of the Atlantic, let's go. I was doing a thing. My train of thought has gone off the rails and endangered an entire small town. Okay, we are in level manager into room. Yes. It's one of the things I don't like about the direction a lot of high-level languages go is the propensity for using, like, indeterminate typing. So there's a lot of folks that will just do, like, oh, just dump it in a generic variable. And that hurts my brain. It's, if you're going to do something, try to be as deliberate as possible. Some of that is just the way my brain works. I like very precise language wherever I can. So if I want an int, I'm going to call it an int, and it will always be an int. If sometimes it's going to be a string, there's going to be a different variable that I use to translate the two. But there will never be a variable where I say, well, is it an int or is it a string? If I want to deal with its value in the same thing. There's nuance to it, but I like it to be deliberate. But yeah, Hama, the knowing memory management, understanding the ramifications of what you're doing, and how it scales is a good lesson to learn from a coding perspective. Should that be your Hello World project? Oh no. But it's a really good lesson to learn very shortly into your journey. You know, why does the program pitch a fit when you go index out of bounds? Like, I'm not saying people need to be exposed to segment fault and access violations, but understanding the reason behind some of the errors that you get when you do things like go out of bounds is useful. That said, I do find it fun that national level security considerations, so like Homeland Security level stuff in the US, when they're doing what they're supposed to do. I think things like, I can't remember which organizations, but there have been government level messages that have gone out that essentially say, if you don't need to be using C++, stop using C++. You guys are screwing up your security. Because while manual memory management is a good lesson to learn for the principles and the why, if you do your memory management wrong, there are tricky, complicated things that can be done badly to your code. Like, memory injection errors are because of the low-level stuff. Or memory injection attacks. That kind of thing. Whereas a lot of languages, that isn't possible because it's just not something that you can actually accomplish. With nuance and exception, you know. But there's also no small part of this kind of thing that comes from, and this is overly broad, but I'm going to say programmer culture. There is a bizarrely toxic and elitist faction of programming culture that essentially says, if you're not using the hardest, most convoluted, difficult to learn tool, then you're a scrub and get good, you know? You should be doing all of your programming on console using the weakest, the most complicated text editor you could imagine. If you don't need like a 100-page manual of complicated keystroke combos to do things like copy paste, then you're relying on crutches. You know, understand which tools you're doing. Exactly, Captain. Exactly. Now, if you do that kind of thing because you want to, more power to you. If you want to make a pure text-based, not like it, text-based adventure game using Unreal Engine 5 entirely, more power to you. But that's if that needs to be a choice that you make, that is a deliberate choice you make. You should never feel compelled to do it in UE5 because that's the real game engine. You know, that's the big boy game engine. No. If you just want to do that in like C++ and UE5, go for it. Like, I could be writing this in C++. There is a package level for interacting with Godot from C++. I don't wanna. I choose not to. Yeah, Dex, it's something that you have to, ideally people develop past, is they get past that weird self-destructive competitive nature and get into the practical side of things, like whether it's an I have a job to do or I have a thing I want to create. It's not about I should feel compelled to do it a particular way, because that's the big boy way of doing it. It's like, no, I want to make it work and I want it to be good. That should be your consideration, or that you want to learn. I never want to set that one aside. Just because I want to learn is a very valid reason to pursue use of a particular tool set. But things like, you should write your own graphics engine instead of relying on somebody else's game engine. No. No. All right, what were we doing? Okay, so the room is a data structure. I can activate it to do things, but until I activate it, until we have loaded the room, we don't want it to be doing stuff. So just because the room exists, I don't want it listening for messages, because this room will exist in the catalog. So it can't be upon creation that it does its events. Load entities is something that we can have in there. So have But additionally, a lot of the stuff that I say and a lot of the stuff that I do is just based on my personal experience. My experience will be different than your experience in a programming sense, but that goes for everything. Not everything in my life is applicable to yours, and I am neither a doctor nor a lawyer. You should definitely not take my mental health advice. But if you can learn from my experiences, then nice. So this is when we get a particular entity. So all of these live in their own kind of space. Again, so there's a structure that exists in the framework that I'm building called the catalog. The catalog contains all of this stuff. So any predefined objects. Yes, it's a CSV. Please remember that someday. So that little wind-up mouse bullet, this is what defines it. Line 4 here. And there's all this song and dance that converts this into JSON and then into the corresponding code objects. That kind of thing. But the catalog contains all of this information. And when I want to get the wind-up mouse, I will use this bullet wind up mouse identifier to fetch it and get the actual code object for it. And then I can do things like instantiate it into the world by creating an entity and loading it into the manager, which then, once it's in the manager, leads to things like it visually appearing in the world, it becoming collidable, all of that stuff. So to some extent, we need something that activates the room. Something that actually tells the rooms you exist now, as opposed to you are just a data reference. Hello, Molly. Coming to sit with me again. That Flash used to be a thing. I remember the period at the end of Flash where people just wouldn't let it go despite the fact that it was starting to accrete gross security flaws in it. You know, at its end of life. I mean, it was such a... It was an element of web culture for a while. Hey there, Roman. Welcome, welcome. So load entities is done the first time the room activates. What do I want to call it? Like, there's this update that you told me to wait until the end last time. Don't you want to use the update? No, I'm in the middle of coding something. Don't ask me to update. This is C#, Roman. And thanks for the follow over there on Twitch, Captain. One of these days, I'm actually going to write some integration code. I use StreamerBot for a lot of things, and I want to write... They've made it so that you can have like a C++ little script file. Looks like it's compiled on the fly kind of thing. But I want to write a handler. I'll probably use the web service integration side of it, but I want to write a handler that will let me do robust code for catching all of the various events so that I don't have to rely fully on just the integration that I've got popping up. I want to have some other stuff. Because right now, like, I don't catch it if somebody subscribes on YouTube. I only catch it if somebody follows on Twitch. Because that part of the chat thing that I'm using doesn't work. I don't know why. Well, I have an idea why. As I mentioned previously, integrating code with YouTube is much, much, much more complicated than Twitch. Everything that happens in the Twitch UI is in an IRC feed and is represented by text. I did have a formal education in programming. Prior to that, I did some hobby programming. Basic, then eventually things like Visual Basic. Back in the day. But then, like, formal education, the first programming language I learned in a, like, actually did learning in was C++. Prior to the ascent of Java. I remember a professor that was really, really into Java. To the extent where their class didn't require you to use any particular language, but they really pushed people to start using Java instead of C++. Wasn't a bad teacher, just it was odd. Then, you know, I've coded professionally. Though coding professionally is a vague term. I have done programming for companies. I would say that it was, because it was in an academic setting, there was a decent amount of effort that was put into it, but in a different way. Like, I have put more effort into this, and into my professional work. More like mental effort went into things. But it was a different type of learning. From a academic perspective, it was the how and the why. So it's often like a 201 kind of thing, but there's a bit of training that is often called objects and data structures, or I'm sorry, algorithms and data structures, that is kind of like we were talking about previously. It's arrangements of memory, that kind of thing. What does it mean when you create an object, when you create a structure, when you make an array, when you iterate, when you recurse? What do all of these things do, and why would you do them in different ways and times? That's the kind of stuff. There are elements of that learning that are less useful, but there are elements of it that are really useful. But do you need to take a college course for it? No. We live in the information age. There are so many web pages and videos out there that can teach you this stuff and teach you well. So never underestimate the resources that are available for free. But algorithms and data structures, and actually there was I remember a course on OpenGL, and I generally referred to those as death traps for business majors. There were a lot of business slash, you know, kind of accounting kind of stuff, where they would take a minor in computer science. And what minor in computer science generally meant was, I want to learn to use Microsoft Office. That's usually what these folks would get out of it. But some of them, like, not unreasonably, wanted to do something a little more complex. Algorithms and data structures was outside of that. It was expected that you would take other courses in like a major structure to get you to that. But when the OpenGL course was added, the professor that sponsored it encouraged them to open it up to people taking computer science as a minor to get people interested. But for those of you that are aware of it, you're very aware of the problem with that. If you're not, raw OpenGL and C++ is not something for you to casually dabble in. That is not, I'm a business major, but I want to learn to use Excel level of programming. Those poor folks got wrecked. I remember it was a written exam, and one of the long form questions was, write out the code using basic OpenGL. One moment. There we go, Roman. AutoMod caught that message, so let me look through here. Yeah, Roman, my YouTube channel is mostly clips. I have been thinking of different ways to expand upon it. Someone has been encouraging me to do some longer form content, and a lot of it has been wrapping my brain around how to do that. Because I can tell you, I do badly with scripts. It does not come naturally to me to script things out sufficiently for standard long form content. Doesn't mean that won't change in the future, but I need something that I can do long form and make it feel organic for me, because then I can talk like this. My tone and way of speaking changes when I have a script that I'm trying to work from. Do I want an explicit load method? So again, these will be instantiated, so it can't be part of the constructor. So the thing I'm struggling with right now is it's not like a... Well, thanks for swinging through, Captain. I appreciate it. It's not a functional thing that I'm struggling with, really. It's... This does need to be a direct interaction. There is a difference between this class existing and this room being activated. Or at least the room being, like, ready for use. Because when it exists in a level, it's a data structure. But once the level has started, there is a point at which the room needs to actually exist. So in a way, there's two different pieces to this. There's the raw room data, which is what the entities are, which map object we're using, which ID it has. But then its current state is much more when it's ready to roll, when it's being used. Because we don't want to call it load. Because loading the entities only happens the first time the room becomes entered. Right, okay. That's actually not a bad term. That's preparing the room. A lot of this is terminology. I mentioned this before. I like precise language. I like to be able to look at something and say, that makes sense. It might not make sense later down the road. I might choose different words and then need to refactor a bunch of code. But I want it to feel like it makes sense at the time, both in terminology and flow. So part of that was like rooms and passages. It's you enter a passage that makes you exit the room. Then from the passage, you enter the room and exit the passage in that order. that was part of the sequence, is I needed terms for it, and I needed to determine the flow for it. Until I had that, it was hard for me to fully grasp the workflow. That's a thing that happens just in spoken language as well. Having words for things, like having an actual term for it, changes the way that you can think about something. The room is not active. It doesn't actually need to preserve that state, because you don't ask the room whether it's active. Okay. I declare it shall be this. Okay. So when the level is loaded, when we actually start using the level, it's going to go through all of its room objects and activate them. That doesn't mean that entities are loaded. Entities only load the first time you enter the room. But when it's activated, that's when we are actually going to attach events. And this is important. Yes. The suggested text that it gives is so all over the place since they started incorporating like kind of predictive models, because some of the stuff it predicts for me is either completely disparate from the rest of my code, or I have had it predict text that would result in code that is fundamentally broken. Like, there is no circumstance under which that code would work, let alone in this function. I mean, that's a very broad way to put it, but anytime you see a fade to black, a scene that takes a while, like a person is walking through a hallway between rooms and it's an automatic thing, or it's just you open the door and the only thing you're doing is walking to the next door, never any interaction or anything like that. Or you're sitting in an elevator in a game and you're just sitting in the elevator waiting to exit to the next area. Those are loading screens. Almost universally, those are loading screens where they are setting aside assets that were in use in the prior scene and getting assets ready for the next scene. The exact footwork going on there is going to vary. There's nuance here. We'll leave those. We'll do more precision here again. Yes, public means it can be accessed from outside of the object. So I can have code that would say object dot activate. Protected means that inside of that object and in the children, in derived children of that object, I can access that function. But I could not access it from outside. Private means you can access it inside that class, not in its derived classes, and not from outside. They always look for room entered. If they're always looking for room entered, I don't care about room exited. Those are a little more, well, I'm not as familiar with things like JavaScript. I have dealt with it, but with those, you're much more like this, where we're declaring a variable. In a lot of languages, technically, this is declaring a variable. Kind of, sort of, but not really. Like, I could make these variables. I don't wanna, but I could. And as far as events go, that's kind of what you're doing. And kinda, sorta. But no, it's that's much more declaring a variable that you're describing. And that's much more akin to this, where I'm saying there is a variable named entities. It is a type of list of entity. Room entered is the only one that actually matters. But it doesn't hurt to have an explicit room exit, because if room exit shows up, we can say this is the exact moment that I should cease to be the current room. We don't need activated. We're going to change that. We'll call this load. I don't even care that I'm active. No extra T. Entered is equal to surfaces dot resolve room entered emits room entered plus equals no, dot room entered plus equals that. Say it's on. Getting these typed, then I will further talk through what we're doing. That is essentially cause an error to happen. A lot of the auto-generate function for you stuff in this IDE includes a throw error. And this is the equivalent of having a comment that says, to do, remember to implement. But instead of just to do, it says explode until you replace this. It's the much more aggressive form of a to do. Because you want to remember to have it do something. Like, you don't want to leave this here. And if I just put a comment on it and I don't do it, then it's going to still not work. It's this way, there will be an error generated and you'll be able to see it's because you didn't put stuff in here when there should be stuff in here. As opposed to saying, well, why didn't it work? Nothing happened when something should happen. You would have to hunt down the comment. That's why you would often do a to do, because a lot of IDEs can find those and point them out to you. But this is effectively, this is the aggressive way to do it. This is force you to do something, force you to make a decision. If e dot room is equal to not room, it is room ID. It's weird. There we go. If not entities loaded, create the entities. Yeah, there is kind of a gap in this, but we're going to walk by it for now. We wouldn't attach the entity events here. Well, I appreciate the compliment, Roman. It is a matter of experience, and frankly, people program and think differently. And that's one of the things that you really want to learn is the way that you think about coding and the tools that you use greatly influence the way your code looks and works. There are a lot of different ways to do the same thing right. And there are a whole lot more ways to do it wrong, but there isn't one true way to accomplish an overall goal. There can very much be a one true way to do a particular operation. You know, you can do addition wrong. But like writing a game, the entire structure of your code can be entirely different while still accomplishing similar stuff. And a lot of that does come down to how you think about the flow of information in your code. That is a big part of learning to do stuff, because the actual code, you can look up stuff. There are tools to help you. But the definition of your structure and what the things will be and what they do, that's how you decide to do it. And that is a matter of learning through doing. Not quite right. Protected void detach all events. We are daisy chaining some of this because different things will be active at different times. E dot. Okay. Two T's for attach. Yes. They always care about room entered. They don't care about room exited until exited. There's a blog. So there's two flavors of AI usage. When people talk about vibe coding and general AI usage, often it's from the perspective of business owners and non-programmer management. So project managers, that and up kind of territory. And they view that from a perspective of speed and apparent efficiency. So when they talk about coding using AI, they talk about somebody saying, write an app for me that does these things. Press enter, copy, paste, commit to main branch. That's bad. That's real bad. Doesn't matter how many AI agents you have. All AI agents in existence right now have a significant hallucination rate. It varies by study, but being generous, at least 1 in 20 will include what they call hallucination, and that is it lies. It makes stuff up. And that's really, really bad for a code base. That's going to mean things like you tell it and include robust security, and instead it just says, yeah, the security tests were failing, so we just didn't include any of that. Because they're predictive models, and they are often tuned to give a positive result at the expense of accuracy. That is the origin of for a while there was a meme about a particular type of emote. I can't remember which one it was. It was like a seahorse emote, like a little, little image of a seahorse or something like that. And most of the AI models out there, when you said, was there ever a seahorse emote? It would go into this crazy infinite loop saying, yes, there was, here it is. But when it tried to show it, it did not show it. And then it would say, oh, my bad. And this is all in the same response. And it would just keep going and going and going. And the reason that happened is because its predictive models training included things like Reddit forums about kind of mandala effect kind of stuff. Does anybody remember a seahorse emote? Oh yeah, I remember it used to be a code like this or a code like this, but they replaced it with this other thing. And none of that is true. But because there was data that talked about the seahorse emote having existed at one point, and there wasn't data to the contrary, then its predictive model found that stuff and tried to emit it. but because it couldn't create the positive result, it just kept going, trying to predict what the next word would be that would lead it to a positive result. In that way, if you ask it for a particular type of code, it is trying to give you a piece of text that is a level of likelihood to be accurate based on completion of sentences. So it's going to keep adding stuff until it gets to a completion point and says, yes, now we're done. Like the most likely thing here is to be done. Like most files end here. But that's most files from the training that it gets. That doesn't mean that it is trained on fully accurate results. It doesn't mean that it's going to draw data from stuff relevant to your code at all. That's a way to look at it. One is you avoid saying that AI knows anything. It's not just you want to avoid anthropomorphizing your code. Your code doesn't know anything. Your code does what you tell it to. It does precisely what you tell it to. Always view your code as an evil genie or a monkey's paw. The other element of it is that, again, it's a predictive model. It doesn't give you what you asked for. It gives you a series of completed text things, word after word, phrase after phrase, chunk after chunk, that is most likely, based on its training data, to match what you requested. That's what it does when it's writing a paper for you, when you tell it to create slides for you or to summarize an email. It's given this data, what is the most likely next bullet point, the most likely next function in your code? Most of the ones that write code then have subsequent steps where they will do things like, hey, AI that we're using, hey, language model that we're using, what's wrong with this code? Okay, now take what's wrong, fix these errors, and do this a series of times. And in the background, it's pedaling away doing that stuff in order to try to give a result that dodges those hallucinations. But that is rolling dice every time. It might have been wrong the first time and supplied a code commit that essentially was, well, let's delete all the tests. So now the bug isn't there because all the tests pass. The next one says, oh, but the tests are supposed to be there. Don't remove the tests. So it tries again and again and again. And you have to hope every time that it doesn't lie. So just having it do the coding for you is a fantastic risk surface. And to do that, like to have that be your workflow, you need a human being that could have written the code and knows what the right code would look like to review the AI's code. And if you have that, because of the way code review works in the real world, you might as well have had that person just write the code themselves. And hey there, Denizen, welcome. The safer way to do it, and this requires that everybody involved accepts that this is the safest way, and it's not, oh, that's what we do, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, is to use it to supply you with kickoff points. Hey, ChatGPT, give me a for loop that does this thing. You take that, and then you mold it and shape it into what you need. Every time it has auto-suggested text to me, that's the kind of thing that a language model will do for you. Sometimes it is fantastically wrong. Just, it would break the code, not just because it would do the wrong thing, but because it can't work, or that it's nonsensical, or that it will just not do what I want it to, but it would still execute. Other times it's right. I have to have been able to do that myself to some degree to be able to know that it does or does not do what I need. So if you use it as a helper, and it is never in charge. You're in charge. You control each step of the way. Those tools can be really good then. It's like having an assistant that searches Stack Overflow for you. That's a way that you could view it. Because you're going to look up Stack Overflow. You're going to look up code documentation. If you could have something that would do those searches, and then you can review what it found and find out, okay, which of these samples, which of these things do I like? If I don't like any of them, I'll go look myself. Then it's useful. So it's have the generative tool or the language model do it for me is bad. Using it as an actual assistant such that you can do the work yourself and you have it tune things. For example, in like how art works, just having it make the thing for you. And I'm also including people that say like, oh, I have it generate the image, but I go through and I tune it and I make adjustments. No, you're not. You're having it do it for you. Nobody buys it. You're probably lying. But if you look at modern like digital painting tools and editing tools, there are a lot of things like filters and whatnot that people can use. You can have tools that will be like, remove this person from this sample picture that I've got, or this picture that I took. Remove these people from it. You still took the picture. And you could use those other tools, but this one will speed that part up for you. That it's a nuance, but it is still, you are in charge. You are the one that executed agency first. So it's a little more nuanced in a lot of these cases, but that's kind of the line that I draw. There is an entire other can of worms that can't be ignored, and that's where they're getting the training data. And that's the thing that I think torpedoes the whole operation is most of the AIs are trained on stolen data. They wave their hands and say, oh, it's the same as a person learning. Your algorithm is not a person. Your algorithm does not know anything. Your algorithm is a machine learning tool that was based on data that you supplied. If you got that data in a questionable or illegal format, you did the crimes. You should not. And that's a hurdle that is currently working through a lot of governments and whatnot, because it's not something that we really have laws for right now. I have great worries about the near future as far as those kind of legal frameworks, but it does seem like things are moving forward, if for no other reason than Disney has gotten upset. AI-driven YouTube ads are a particular nightmare world that we have created for ourselves. And on the one hand, I wish it would go away. And on the other hand, it's kind of something that we've brought upon ourselves. And I feel like we deserve at least a little of the suffering. But no, a lot of advertisements were already really questionable stuff, and they have just gotten worse. We're going to go a little bit longer. Tangents are fine. I do not resent them in any way. Okay, so when we detach, we always detach from these things. When we're the active room, we care about entity added. When we are the active room, we always care about room entered. And when we're in the active room, we care about room exit. No, we don't create entities until the first one. We attach initial events, which includes room entered. Else, like right here, the predictive text when I said if room equals room ID, else if it's a else and it predicted if room equals room ID. This can never happen. It has suggested code that will never execute. Because if room equals room ID, I will follow this path and not execute the else. If room does not equal room ID, I will go to the if and this will immediately fail because it failed up here. You can never reach this code block. Why would you suggest this? I can tell you with certainty there is nowhere in my code that I do this because this don't work. Well, actually, no. I feel very confident that I did not do anything like this on purpose in my code. There are plenty of places where I have put a if impossible, then do. Like set room ID to -1 and room never equals -1 ever. And then check and see if room equals -1. No, it will never equal -1. But this particular if structure can never work. Else if we're going to put an active up here. I'm glad it made sense to you, Dennison. I don't want to deny the potential of machine learning algorithms because we have had them for decades. We have had machine learning algorithms for decades. And in fact, some of the things that people are calling out and saying, we have cool AI algorithms that do this, they are not anything like ChatGPT. They are not anything like Grok or any of these other tools. They're a different type of machine learning, but from a business marketing perspective, instead of saying machine learning or neural network or Bayesian belief network or any of the other myriad AI tools, genetic algorithms, all of those, instead of saying machine learning algorithms, they say AI because that's the hot new thing. It's like how everybody had to have a metaverse. Everybody had to have a blockchain. Everybody had to have NFTs. They say AI now. But sometimes what they mean is some other machine learning tool. And all of those tools have things that they can do very well. Large language models have stuff that they can do very well. As long as you are using them responsibly and still putting human agency first, they make great tools. Okay, so if this is the case, then we're going to say active is equal to true. When I was completion matching for active, it was saying active room. There is no such variable. There's no reason that it should have suggested that. Okay, we're going to change this to have some additional functions here. The two kitties there in the lower left, that's Sherbet. He is the smaller of the two brothers. He has more white on his body, and he's very kind of asymmetric patterns. On the upper right is Mason. He is either tied for largest or second largest. It's kind of hard to tell. Sky is fluffier and chubbier, but they're about the same size. He has like a full overcoat, like upper body, lower body, or that kind of pattern. He's a very kind of symmetric tan over most of his body. Here, let's spot all of them for just a moment. So then top center is Ember. She's the smallest cat. She is a diluted calico. So gray and stripy with white socks and like pale orange splotches. Up in the cat tree in the back is Sky. There's actually two cats there. He is large and gray, white, fluffy. Kind of has a white collar and like white underbelly. Then in the foreground is Sammy. She's a tuxedo. Then sitting on my lap and rasping layers of flesh off is Molly. She is kind of, I think it's brindled. She's kind of brown, black, stripy with white underbelly and socks. Affected, void, activate, room. Okay, so if not active, actually, this doesn't matter. Like right there, active and equals. Why? So bothersome. The cats are a critical portion of the stream. Let's see here. So if we deactivate the room, we no longer care about room exited. We still care about room entered, and we no longer care about entity added. If we're not at the active room, then entities that are added don't count towards ours. If we activate the room, we are going to attach room exited, and we are going to attach Entity added. And when we are deconstructed, this is room. When the room goes away, we get rid of all of its events just in case. These are all scoped objects ultimately, so it shouldn't be an issue. But you know how that goes. So when room is entered, if it's the matching room, then we are going to activate the room. Else, if we are the active room and it doesn't match, then we're going to deactivate room. So if we are active, no matter what, if a room exited event happens, if we are active, we deactivate the room. No, let's do this a little differently. Let's actually be explicit about this. Okay. If the room ID matches and we're not already active when the room is entered, then we activate the room. If the room ID matches and we're active when we exit the room, then we deactivate the room. Okay. Okay, then when we... So we're creating entities. We do not attach entity events yet, but we do create them, build them, and load them in. Do we need to build it? Building it is fine. Yeah. So we add entity here. The reason that we don't attach the events yet is this entity does not actually exist in the world yet. It will exist in the world at the beginning of the next start step. Well, at the next world start step. Get rid of all entities here. Each entity in entities. So we might need explicitly active, active, inactive stuff. How's function set up? First, you declare. So you declare its access level, protected, public, protected, private. Then the return. If it's void, it does not return. If it's anything else, you have to have an explicit return. Then the function name. then params and any parameters that you're going to pass in. So this one requires that you give it a object that is the sending object, ideally the thing that called it, and then in this case, a room exited message. And then in curly braces after is the interior of the function, what it actually does. Right now we're just setting active equals to false, and that, I don't think that actually does anything. I'd have to check. Ideally, active equals false means that it ignores anything that comes to it. But even better would be that when it's deactivated, it removes events that it might listen to otherwise. I'm not always up on current programming terminology, but I'm not sure what you mean by a static programming language. You can make static objects. Okay, in theory, if I go into the level now and I add a room object with room entities listed, which would have to be exactly like this, then I should be able to set it up. So if we go over here, right here we have level entities, but that's not really what we're dealing with. So let's look at our, I'm gonna close everything else here. Let's go get our level object. Okay, we no longer have our list of room entities. We have a list of rooms, which is a dictionary of integer to room. I'm going to have to figure out the proper syntax for that. Then level map, which we're not using anymore. We're just going to leave level map there for now. Instead, we have rooms. Rooms is a dictionary. There's a syntax for this to properly do it. I had to write this syntax myself for this one. Just a moment. So good. Weird. Weird. Just quickly looking up something that we just mentioned. Not what I requested at all. No, none of that is accurate. It's the opposite of what you said was in there. Okay. I think this can work. All right. To be two things. Each one of them needs to be mostly statically, Roman. Mostly statically typed. There is a like C# does have a variable type that is a whatever you stuff in it, but I don't like using it. Similarly, there's like root level object, which is the same kind of thing. Which again, I only use in the event structure because that's required there, and because it's meant to be a whatever did this. What does a key value pair look like? As key and value. Value is a room object. Which will have this. A list of, so we have a room ID here. It's room 1. Root ID, room ID. And this is JSON, yes. Entities. Which is a list of room entity objects, which we can derive from this here because they are the same thing. Just moved them. So I have a room map. Which is the same as this. We're leaving some of these in place because otherwise some of the other stuff that we haven't converted over yet will break. Map. Okay. Save that. We're going to go in here. We are going to run this. Okay, in theory, I'm going to go into our level manager. And we're going to look for on level set. There is no level here. Okay, it did not load properly. So if we go into our kind of Roman, it's like Vampire Survivors. And a whole lot of other things, but the core vibe will be like Vampire Survivors. That is today, right? Yep. And yes. Be converted to a dictionary. All right, we'll have to look at that further. I think we're at a decent stopping point, though. Not the best stopping point, but a decent one. That one. Wrong button. Yeah, we've made some good progress today. It's still room architecture, but we're converging on getting the room loaded, so getting the enemies in there again. And then we'll work on a second room and an entity that acts as the doorway. That's some extra work to do, but we'll get there. But yeah. Hope everybody had a good time watching with us tonight. Thank you again to all the new folks swinging through, but in general, I hope everybody had a good time. If you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, comment. Most of the buttons down there are good things, so I would appreciate if you press them. If you'd like to consider helping financially support the channel, you can do so through platform-specific means like those listed in my bio and in the video descriptions, as well as, platform-specific means as well as off-platform ones listed in my bio and video descriptions. With all that said, though, I hope the rest of your day is good, and I'll see you next time.